Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Happy Mother's Day to those of you who are mothers, and at least in Australia, we had it yesterday. And yeah, today we are working on more Insignia dev as we have been. Tomorrow, we actually have a game dev meetup that I'm going to attend where I want to show off /core, which I've been working on very diligently. It'll be the first playtest of the game, and maybe early on the stream we can actually have a little bit of a look at it. Let me just dismiss all of that. That's not necessary. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat today already. We've got Sarah Vardy, Virtue vs. Vice, Robin Rhombushead, Bilbo Swaggins, Unicursal Dev, and Ronnie the Zombie is here. Welcome, welcome. Also, big thanks to anybody who happens to be lurking on YouTube. Good to see you here. Big thanks to Atelier for the most recent follow, and Switchfall for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Alrighty. So, are my eyes blacking out when I do this? Hang on, let me check. No, they're okay. Good, cool. So, what's up for today? Well, we'll show off some /core stuff early on in the stream, and then maybe we'll do Insignia dev for the rest of it. Obviously, I've got a bit of a mandate now to get my demo, the next demo, up and running. So what I might do is just I don't know, someone's asked me to send them a demo who might be in like a funding sort of position, so I need to get probably the current build up is probably the best one to use since it's been up the longest and I've been working on it the most. The most recent build that I will be doing next might be a bit unstable, so maybe it's just best to leave it as it is and send them what I've got. Okay, I've resolved that I will do that. So this morning, I guess I'd like to show you, well, not this morning, but today I want to show you what I worked on over the weekend on /core. I'll be right back because I'm going to grab some controllers to make this work. I think I need some sort of dongle here. Running out of USB ports. Actually, one of these controllers is Bluetooth, so I'll use that one. Alrighty. Let's just pick that up. Let's take this away and let's substitute it for this. And then this is a Bluetooth controller, so we can go. Is that gonna work? Hello? It's actually probably connected to, hang on a sec. Hello, there we go. Sweet. And then this one. Sweet. Okay. So the current build of /core requires controllers to run it. We got audio coming in right now. Hello? Oh, I've gone quiet. Ah, also probably running the wrong output. There we go. Cool. Okay, so 2 controllers connected. Hit enter. And then... Oh, this is doubling up. Oh, that's so annoying. That's devastating. Because we're supposed to be using hot reload code. Not hot reload. The whole point of using... Oh, that's so sad. The whole point of using rewired was for that to not happen. That sucks. Oh no, we're good. Hang on, are we good? I think we're good. I don't know how we got 2 of those characters in there. There are only 2. Okay, we're good. Oh my gosh, that stressed me out. Okay, so I have some scripts in the game from my Smash Brothers clone, Coots, that I worked on. And so we've got like action camera, Smash Brothers style camera. Let me just get the characters away from each other. And I've got hit stop on the characters. So let me just tweak this a little bit. So I can hit, and you can see there's like a little bit of a pause. Bing, 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 which lets me 1, 2 combo. I've also got like increasing damage, which is new. There's a little bit of a, I guess, a challenge here of figuring out how I'm going to, there we go, there's a ring out. How I'm going to manage the damage, and if I want the damage to actually push the characters further. Because there's some really cool stuff you can do at like middle damage, and then like Smash Brothers, it gets a little bit weird once you have, I guess, like too much damage. It almost becomes harder to knock people out. Also, this is not zooming correctly. It's more like, well, not even that. It's more like, it should be 1080p at 1x. That's the way the camera is supposed to look. So, I mean, I'm happy with it. I think it's pretty much playable at this point in terms of like, we just need like a scoring system. Oh, get him out of there. Yeah, and there's probably just a little bit of balance around like knockback and how it should work. Maybe no like walls like this, but I feel like there will need to be like some way of, or even like if you can get hit twice during the hit stop. So like here, I can knock you into the wall and then bounce you out of the wall. That only works at like low percentages, which is similar to Smash Brothers, like the idea of like comboing. And then maybe some sort of stamina. Because right now you can kind of do this little trick where you use like a little bit of energy every time to combo them out of the level. That's the only other thing that you could do, which is again kind of Smash-like. You use like light attacks to combo. So you want to just do like less damage. So you So I want these like meta rules to really like incentivize players to play a specific way. And right now there's nothing like that. It's just, you know, you just knock them around and knock them out of the level. But also like, because it's, you know, because it's a 2-player game, like I'm not really showcasing what's competitive here because I'm sort of just doing one thing at a time. But I think there are ways you'll be able to stall. Like if I'm getting like knocked into the air, right? Let's just say, so this guy gets knocked up. I can slow my descent down by preparing a new attack. So there's a little bit of skill here as well. I also am thinking that I might make it harder to, like make it take longer to actually prepare an attack. So right now you just flick and you go the distance that you can go without some sort of stamina or like timer to like actually prepare a big attack. You don't have those moments of vulnerability. So I am doing the Sakurai 2-player on one person controlling 2 players thing. I am doing that. So you can call me Atom Smash Units if you want. I mean, it gets pretty cool. I think this has actually got like some competitive actual like, what's the word? Potential here. Get out of there. Nope. And the movement's good. Like it's pretty, I think I got the jump height right and stuff like that. We just need a little bit more. Maybe the hitboxes need to stick around a little longer, or I don't know. But it's good. I'm really enjoying playing it. Anyway, lots of progress. I also did some, I wonder if I can show you some concept art that I did. So I've been working on character art. I'm not sure if this will be like the promotional art style for the game, but I was trying to kind of think about how I would stylize the characters in promo art. And because in the game, they've obviously got like giant heads, right? They're like these tiny, like here, you know, they're just heads with tiny bodies and big weapons. And I was thinking, well, if I do that in the concept art, the characters will have giant heads, tiny bodies. They'll look like babies. They look like Bratz dolls. So maybe I just go for more athletic proportions, but keep the weapons massive. So this is my first new character concept from a completely different game than Insignia in like a long time, which is fun to do. I don't really have a chance to, like, I've never had a chance to like develop an art style outside of Insignia. And I feel like a lot of the lessons from Insignia are carrying over really quickly. So yeah, this impressed me a lot that I could draw this. Yeah, I started like here and I was like, nah, let's keep pushing it. And I got somewhere really nice. So that will sort of drive what these portraits look like. And I was thinking, we had a bit of a chat the other day around the kind of like character select mockups. So let me go to the path here and then play select mockup. This was the original one. No, this is where we left it yesterday. So, or like on Friday, last stream. So in the way I'm thinking about it, you'll just have your slot, player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. This is like the I'm not playing pool, but my controller is connected, but I'm not playing. And then you press A or down to go to a slot, and then you press left and right to pick your character, and then you press A to select it. And then as each player presses down or A to enter the arena, they get to pick their character. And then if you're like one of the players, if you press X, you can select a CPU to add a slot rather than a new character. So like if player 1 presses X now, then they'll be adding this CPU and choosing its fighter. So you can do that. And the red shows you that player 1 is controlling this CPU character selection. And then when you're done adding, you press next, and then that's it. So I think that's a good way to do it. And this would allow you also to add 4 CPUs and let them fight each other. I don't know. I don't think the game is going to be that much more than title screen, character select screen, maybe map select screen, and then that's it. Credits. I think, battle screen obviously, and credits. I don't think I'm going to do as much as I did for even like Scoot, which had like break the targets mode, the boss battle, free for all. It had like so many. I made Smash Brothers in a week. Maybe a victory defeat screen. Yeah, if I can get the art in a good spot where it would be worth showing it for sure. Yeah, a victory screen would be good, I think. We're going to add that to the collection. So let's quickly do that. And then I want to move on from this. I don't want to talk about this all day. All right. What's the general consensus on rotating pixels when using pixel art? I've been wondering if it's okay to rotate a weapon and breaking the pixel square alignment. It depends on the game. It depends on how tight your art style is supposed to be. But I think in general, it's pretty accepted. It is considered something that people don't love, but if you look at it, like if you look at pixel art games, like Symphony of the Night, like Castlevania, it has rotating pixel art. A lot of games on old hardware had rotating pixel art. It's just about how tastefully you can pull it off. If you have like a pixel perfect camera, it can look good even within that. If you have like a high fidelity camera and you're doing rotating pixels, that can look a little weird, but I do it in Insignia. Like it's like there are certain things you can do to break pixel purity, and if you do all of them, it looks bad. But if you do one of them, you can kind of get away with it. Again, depending on how confident your art style is, how intentional it looks. Okay, so on Insignia, we've been working on this scene, and I think I need to leave this where it is. I don't want to spend too much time working on the art for this screen, even if I think it would be like better for like the, I don't know, the trailer or something like that to add more detail to this or like polish it more. I just have a feeling there's not much more I can do to it that's not going to take a long time. Like there might be diminishing returns from here. for now. Not that it won't be finished, but that I shouldn't be the one finishing it right now. I was thinking maybe there's something we could do with the waterfall art to maybe, I don't know, give it a little bit some sort of motion, which I don't know. I mean, like, you could try shifting it down, because technically that's what it is doing. All the water shifts downwards, but you would need to, yeah, it's like with this kind of thing, you kind of have two options. You either hand animate it or you use some sort of procedural thing. So yeah, like shading the solid band isn't super, it's not going to be very effective to do it that way. Like, you kind of have the tasks you have to solve with this. The challenges are, if you have this thing, you know, you kind of need to show sort of like downward motion, and it needs to either loop so that this thing becomes this thing after a number of frames, or you need to have some sort of, you know, this becomes like, let's just say wider over time. You need to have some sort of animation where like this becomes that, this becomes that, this becomes that. As far as the shader thing goes, you can do it. I mean, obviously, but it's very difficult to use like noise to layer this thing in a way that's not, like, if it's very stable, you know, like how they do in those video games, you'll have like, it'll look like this basically, just like, it'll literally look like a lot of V's going downwards. That's a choice for sure. Whether or not I could make that work in this art style, I'm not sure. Certainly, like, I'd like to be able to I don't know, I'd really like to be able to animate it by hand. I think that's kind of like where we're headed. And I think I could do it. Yeah, I think I could do a better version of this. I think this is looking a little soupy for me. It's cool that it's tileable. That's nice. And that's the difference between like a game that is, like in this context, I'm really breaking out of the tile set here. Like nothing here is tiled except for the foreground, like the middle ground where the player is. For this particular screen. Yeah, I have this waterfall in the scene above is also animated, but it's not the kind of animation that I could just copy paste here, because that one's further away than this one. It's not like, it wouldn't work. It's kind of, it needs to be bespoke for the scene. So, I mean, maybe we take a look at it. I could take a swing and see how far I get in like, I don't know. See how far I get in an hour, 20 minutes. So the animated waterfall that I already have, no, that wasn't mine. The one I have in my game is this one. But it's much further away. So this waterfall becomes the other one further down. This is like underneath the lake that one feeds into this one. Well, I think I could do this in like, let's have a look. Let's just see what we can do here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames. Maybe 10. And I think I need to palette from sprite. Where is this color being used? Look like nowhere. Good. Well, in this context, like what I'd be doing is I'd be looking at individual sections that have definition, and I'd be moving those definitions into the next definition. 640 by 360 is my normal art, but this particular one is 1200 by 540. It's a much bigger art piece. So what I would probably start with here is just taking the darkest color and then doing this. Select, inverse, go here, and then fill that in. Then take everything that's here, paste it on top, and everything that's not that dark color, delete. So now I have all of this sitting on top of, hey Eyes, thank you so much for the sub. So I have this sitting on top of this. And the idea there is to provide some sort of a silhouette that doesn't really have to change over time, or at least if I want to change it, I'm not kind of like I can animate this as one sort of thing without thinking about all the complexity and depth that's inside of it. And it should loop into something that always stays about where this is. So I might just do a couple of things here to make it a bit more stable. So like, for example, you probably don't want the splits to happen too abruptly. And you always want the volume to get wider as you go down, unless there's some sort of situation where it's bubbling out, where something's happening like that. Otherwise, it should stay pretty much stable. or if it's like spreading out so thin that you don't see it anymore. You know, something like that. I also, just looking at the whole thing, I think that maybe at a certain point, say down here, I kind of want to see this become more like, I don't know, maybe there's this like distinction between what's real and what you would represent in like cartoons, where in reality waterfalls are white. They're like completely white. But in a video game, you might want to see it as blue to make sure that it's like legible as water. Like a blue waterfall is not a thing. You know, you might be able to tint this a little bit cooler, but they're always white. Here you could say something like, well, the atmosphere is bluer, so... Right, but then in cartoons, always blue. So you can't really win with this kind of thing. And I don't want it to look like white in my scene. That's the other thing. It's supposed to be muted and cool in the scene. So, you know, we have some options here. Like we could take these darker colors and we could say like tint them. So this darkest one, we could take it and push it into more gray. You lose a lot of saturation doing that, unfortunately. You know, even if you bring it up, I mean, you can't really do that. That's not going to work. So it's almost like we would need an additional layer of whiter. Yeah, so like this is nice and simple and stylized. I mean, the other thing we could do is like take a completely different approach from this, where we take the detail out of it. Why don't we try that really quickly before we commit to animating this really complex thing? you know, something like that I could do. Which I'm not in love with, but that would be significantly easier to animate at least. Maybe we could do something like this. It's that versus that, which maybe this is a little opaque. It's kind of a different vibe, isn't it? Maybe there's something in the middle I could do. It's just the difference between like a tap, you know, when you turn a tap on and you get like a smooth laminar flow versus like, you know, something like this, which is a bit different. I mean, I could do, you know, I could do this. But even that, I think, needs then to go back down. I've been working on this game since 2017. I still think some of the deeper values are really nice. Again, we're going to end up back where we started here. If we're not careful. Codenamed Magnum Opus. Is that you, Mike? Yeah. Maybe something like that could work. There's also something here with depth where if you design it like this, it's going to look like it's going to look like it's quite close up. Close up water moves like this. Far away water moves in like you're seeing like big clouds of water, of spray drift downwards, as opposed to like a solid pipe of water that's like picking up the specular light through the reflections. That's what this is. So this is like looking at a giant tap, whereas this is like looking at something further away. And then, you know, something like this would be much further away. And because this game is kind of like a little bit chibi and a little bit cute, then you can kind of get away with having it feel bigger than it really is. It kind of like brings it down into a more like, if these were like mouse-sized people almost, you know, you could get away with something that behaved materially like it was smaller at bigger scales. It's almost like the Arietti, that kind of thing. So maybe we just cop it. We just do it this way. Hey Trey, welcome. That's right. But as I just explained, the approach here, if we were to use this version, would be to try to make it look like it was a smaller body of water at closer scale, so that we could loop the animation. It's not even really about tiling well. It's that if something is changing size like that, you have to then visually explain what's happening to it as it goes out. Whereas if something is vertical and it's just changing in this shape, I mean, I don't know. I also just don't think it's very interesting to draw the cone, the white cone-shaped water, because it's just white at that point. It's not even... Like, this is very straight. I'm not really drawing this. It really just depends on what this is. For me, it's closer to... It should be closer to this. This is like conceptually what I'm drawing. So it doesn't have to fan out. Why is the coloring so different? I guess because I did that. Hey Ryan Berry, how's it going? This isn't feeling right. I think I need the context because I can't think about how the particles should behave if I don't see the background. So I don't think I'm in the headspace to work on this today. I'm making a decision. I don't think we'll do accents today. I'm not in a good mood, unfortunately. I'm feeling a little bit just irritable. Just not feeling it. I also don't know. It's really frustrating me. See this? The water below here? In the cutscene, did you notice then, just for a second, as the camera zoomed in, see here how like it's an actual reflection of what's below? As soon as the camera jumps in, watch it snap. You see that? It's almost like it forgets where it should be placed, and it starts reflecting content that's just like off the bottom of the UV. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know why it's doing it. It's just doing it. So I don't think it's worth our time fixing that today either. I think it's more just like, I don't even know what we should be doing today, to be honest. I'm feeling a little bit frazzled. Maybe I should just like take a second and chill and think about my priorities. That was a fun video, a fun episode. I don't think we need this right now. I might take this and put it in the video ideas. All right. So hey Zoranak, it's okay. I'm not feeling great today. Alrighty. So I guess we've got, just to put it in my own words, trailer capture, which then we start looking at like polish. Then we've got scoping, which requires gray boxing, which is like making new levels. Then there's chapter 2 production, which is also involves like scenario, implementation. And then we've got new demo, which validates for validating pressure system. This requires like more animation, polish backgrounds, create mock-ups from later in the game, finish animations, Armin, for abilities, and mock up enemies. There's a few things there that are not great that I would need to do for the trailer. That just feels like a bit of an open-ended task, but I do need to get something out soon. The scoping stuff is always important, but it's not as pertinent as like chapter 2 scoping, because I've got people waiting on me for that. This is less priority, so let's color code it. This is like that. Oh. This is, well, red is urgent. Yellow is not urgent. I actually have a better system for this. So, which is the most urgent? Okay, so the trailer stuff, it looks like I should break this out into its own little sub thing. Because there's a few subtasks there, and as soon as that happens, I just feel like it's not worth trying to stack them. But there should actually be a version of this that's like MVP. Content clips. So this is just like clips of the game with random things happening. I wonder if I just need that on the page. I'm not sure. Oh boy. Indecision today. Lots of indecision. All right, so chapter 2, it looks like we have to work on. There's nothing really here that's gonna get anything done. Yeah, I just haven't been sleeping right, and my mental attitude is so low right now. I feel exhausted, and I feel very demotivated. I think I just need like rest. But I've been in this mode for like 2 weeks now. It's like the second week of just like waking up exhausted and not feeling. I feel like I've just like got a lot that I need to do now or need to have already done. And I'm just constantly playing like catch up. It's tough. So let's make our way over to the Insignia world sequence layout. So this is something that I built specifically. I actually built it for testing chapter 2 stuff. It's like my little validation board. So this describes, you know, me being able to play test this game, this chapter. So starting from like down here, there's like spatial and then there's chronological. So it's the same graph. It's just, this is just storyboarding over time. This is the map. So what I'm trying to do is get chapter 2 in a place where it is playable. And I guess the reason why I have so much difficulty with this game, which I don't have with like other games that I've worked on or anything like that, is that there's so many different things that you can take into account when planning content. So like, for example, this exercise is like get chapter 2 to be finishable. Finishable is like arbitrary, right? Like we can already play a section from here. This is in the game. This is technically in the game. I mean, I can play it. This, like, the scene existing is like, how have I done it here? Playable, not hooked up. Maybe there's like even more subtle things I can do here. So like scene exists, dialogue exists, dialogue scene connected, and then like gameplay complete or something like that. So like, let's establish something here. And there will be different things that required. Oh, no worries. Yeah, Garnet. I mean, I always like to give back. it's going to be a long talk. It's like 2 hours. Yeah, I like presenting at universities. I also did a talk at the University of New South Wales last year. I might do another one this year. They asked me to, so yeah, it's my absolute pleasure to do that kind of thing. So scene exists, and then cut flags, sequences. No, sequences exist. And then flags connected. And then what's the last one? Gameplay accurate. So this is the red one. This is purple. This is blue. Can't use blue. It needs to be just like a darker pink, I think. Yeah. Okay. Do I have time for an art review tonight? Yeah, a bit later. Will you be here all stream, or what time do you head off? So Turned Away by Watchman at the Ridgelands is... the sequence exists and the flag is connected. Falls Asleep in Chapel, Dream Sequence, they work. Awoken by Voices in the Night. That's testable. This one here should be like a greener green even. All right, escape sequence. I mean, this scene exists. I already kind of did this, didn't I? This and this scene exists is the same as not hooked up. So maybe this should be like that color. And then this color feels like it should be more like orange. That looks better. So I don't know what this not hooked up is going to be. So let's get rid of that. What's the most busted part of game dev, and why is it building UI? UI is crazy because you're having to solve very specific problems that only have to do with the exact UI implementation that you have right now. And if anything is going to change, you have to rebuild the whole thing. Okay, so everything here is technically, I think, flags connected. I just have to break it down into small chunks and go as fast as I can. I need to just do that. I'm so frustrated by this process. Okay, that exists. That exists. This, I don't think it exists yet. This exists in that the flags are connected. This is not right yet. Yep. Yep. This is fine. This exists. That exists there. My favorite part of game dev? I think the parts of game dev that give you the most feedback are the parts that are my favorite. So like going from like a character that's just like a square to something that animates for the first time, I love that moment. Animating roughs and putting them in the game, that feels really good. Backgrounds and environments, like dropping art assets in for the first time feels so good. Like getting the vision into the engine. But polishing it feels like crap. Polishing it is really hard. Okay, this is not right. This is technically, I mean, like there are flags in the game. They're not like right yet, but. Okay. Yeah, adding new mechanics feels good. Ruh-roh. Why does that not work? Where is the door? There it is. Okay, that still works. Okay. I think I want... Have I got a chapter 2 start thing here? All right, I need a chapter 2 start one where you've done all this. You've done that. And you've started that. So that looks like a map that I could have technically. But then because I've started an audience with Gallier Quest, I expect to be able to... And I don't have it at all. Like I think I need to be able to find... I think for chapter 2 to make sense for me to play it, I need to be able to do much more clear wayfinding. I'm finding it difficult just to play it right now because I don't know when I drop myself into like the chapter, where I've been, what my goals are. Those are things that in chapter 1 are very easy to do because you're just starting the game. Whereas in chapter 2, you have to have crossed through a lot of it already, and the game state is much more managed by quests than space. So in this case, like, first of all, why do I not even have the quest here? Why does it not even exist? That's the first question. So let's find that out. I think we're going to have to work on the map today. So to Cheverton, Harriet Aftermath to Cheverton. Unlock Topaz flag starts it. So then when I go to sequence to this, and I look at this, the quest to Cheverton has been started. So why doesn't it appear there? The quest log has a bunch of keys and values. And I don't know if the quest log actually cares about what flags have been set. So get game data, check initialization. So this says we are cloning the progress states game data, and that's what the current save data ends up being. So when we use get game data, it does this check initialization. It initializes all of the collections. Then it prepares weapon export and then just goes. So actually, me setting these flags to true or false does not automatically set the quests to started or not started. And those quests appear in the quest log. So there's 10 here. If I take something away, the lost boy, that doesn't turn that into 9. Oh, it does turn it into 9. Okay, well that makes it very different, doesn't it? What the heck? Element 0 has been announced. This quest is a different quest to this one. So then, where is 4F5? If I go here, and I go here, I don't think it's in here at all. 4F5 isn't there. So then, what do I have to do to add it to the list? Does this become 11? It does. If I take these away, it becomes 10. So there's something wrong with the state editor. If it does not contain, and it is not checked, and it is checked, so if I've checked it, but it doesn't contain it, add it as complete. Okay. But when does it get added as not complete? Right. And this checked toggle checks to see if all of the flags are checked. Okay, so we need to check for checked some. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. If it contains and it's toggled off, I think I still need a boolean for like checked sum. This is tough. If quest is toggled on is different from whether or not all the flags are checked, then toggle all the flags. I don't think that's right. I think the logic's bad. What's annoying is that the reason why this is not working is because I have got this thing that I'm doing where this toggle is both an indicator and a function. And the function basically says, if you press this, then toggle everything to the inverse, either toggle everything off or toggle everything on. But if it happens to be off and I toggle one of the flags inside of it on, that shouldn't just make it off. So I need to know if it changed in the last thing, or I don't know. Let's do some stuff here. Ball. So this will draw the toggle. Based on whether or not all the flags have been checked. And then how do I make that actually do anything? If I click this, they're all going to turn on and then off. So how does that even work? Let's read through it. If all of the flags are checked, for each flag, if it contains, then true. Okay, so that's actually correct. If all the flags happen to be checked, then draw a toggle displaying whether or not they've been checked or not. And if that is different after you've drawn it, I see, then toggle them to whichever direction. So actually it is working the way I expect it to. This renders the toggle based on the value, and then this checks whether or not the user interacted with the toggle. So there's this thing here where we have to say ball. So, okay, this is like toggle value. And then this thing, ball user checked equals toggle is not all checked. That becomes user checked. And then here says if user checked and the value is false, we can put that at the top and we can get rid of this. Okay, now we can say all right, that's probably going to work, even if it's a bit redundant. So I turn this all off, I turn that on. I didn't like that. I guess I need to re-roll contains after this. Okay, so it should be 11 now. 12. Even better? Sure. Save it. Run it. Okay, check the quest. List. Why have I done this? Oh, because these are pages of the book and these are extra. Interesting. I feel like quests should be right next to it. I feel like it should be equipment, quests, inventory, designs, or even quests, equipment, inventory, designs. I feel like quests is really important. In any case, okay. So, that was not given by Gatekeeper. It's given by Harriet. Okay. So I want to be able to look at this and know that the quest is a main quest. There should probably only be one main quest at a time, which I also need to be conscious of if I'm going to show the main quest as a specific thing. But I also think that this needs to be in reverse chronological order, which is another challenge. Because I don't have chronology in the game right now. Like, it should be order of received, but I don't think I'm serializing when you got them. So I can't draw them in order of received, but I need to. It's crazy because they are in order of received right now, I think. I just have to flip it. Everything except flying feathers, which doesn't make sense. But these all seem like they're in the correct order, so I need to flip the order. Okay, and then I need the map to reflect that. So when you start the quest, it should be drawn on the map. So now the question is, why does that not happen? Okay. So a better way to look at this would be reveal point of interest. What does this do on the map? It opens the map. Stamps an icon. It reveals a node. This reveal node thing here, what does it do? It turns the access of the node from hidden to visited, but it doesn't save anything. So the next question is, when do we use reveal point of interest? The quest manager does it. When we have a new quest that is considered a main quest. So that needs to now be encoded in the game's save file as well. So like for each main quest that we have started, the node needs to be visible in the map. So we go to node visited scenes.contains. Yeah. If visited so there's visited, which is fine, but then there's bool visited on foot, and then there's visited by map. And then it's kind of a different thing because we need to, hey Yo-Yo Bob, we need to be able to go to the map, and when we reveal point of interest, it's flag.getNextFlag at some, how does it know where to go? It needs to figure out the node based on get node from quest flag. This is not great. I don't think I want to resolve this. I think I just want to, well, yeah, all right. Okay, I think what I need to do is this visited shouldn't save. All this is the map node. Okay, all it checks to see if visited scenes contains it. So instead, I think we can do something here where visited scenes we update on, say, when we load the game. And ideally you would do this just as you go through the game, but I think here we really do need some way to like spawn the like force it. So Well, it's not load. It's probably on map. Ugh, that sucks too. It's like... I guess like engine? Initialize. Hey, Roberto. So set up instances would be the time when we probably want to do it. Try that. So I don't like this, but it will work. Oh, didn't like that. Let's try that again. Still no. That's no good. Oh, we're not even doing it. It's like a 2D Metroidvania, yeah. It's got Metroidvania aspects. It's an action-adventure game, closer to Zelda. But, yeah, Metroidvania in general... Mostly the world map. The world map is more Metroidvania, but the game itself is mostly, like, questing, dialogue, you know, going through dungeons and that kind of thing. So, visiting node to Cheverton. That's what I want. But we're not doing that because the node is being set to null. But I don't think I need the node. I just need the scene. Oh, but I need the node to get the scene. Okay. So then this reference is too early. This needs to happen later. So probably when the world graph is instantiated for the first time. And then, still no. Let's try it again. Okay. But it's visiting the... I need to get the next one. No, I need to get... Oof. Hang on a second. So this point of interest is for just the get next flag. So hang on a second. So get next flag is this one. I need to also have visited all of the previous ones. For every flag that you've got. Yeah, for every flag you've got, visit the scene where the flag came from. And then this is if game system.data.quest log. Okay, if you've got the quest, for every flag in the quest, if we have the key, I don't know what this is doing. Then get the node, add the node to visited scenes. Okay. In this case, yay, we already got it. Nice. That's what I'm looking for. So there's a quest here that I don't know why we have this flag. And I don't know why we'd have this flag. So we should describe why. Meet Ashley, but we shouldn't have that flag yet, should we? We shouldn't have that yet. We have not met Ashley. What are you talking about? Well, it says we've got it. If quest log contains the key, if quest flag log contains the key, and it's set to true. There we go. That's better. Or is get next flag. Good. So there's also one other thing here where this scene, this one, and this one, these three black ones are being shown because they're adjacent to a scene that we've visited. Now, technically, we haven't visited it, so when the map reveals the node, it won't show these black dots. But then the next time we open the map, it will show them, the black squares, because in the cutscene, it'll show you the place that we're trying to head to. And that's all it will do, because it's like faking it. But then the next time we open it, it's like, well, technically you have been here before, so I'll also show you the places that you, the places that are next to it. Because that's how the map works. If you're here, it'll show you the place you're next to. So I need like a separate list of like places that it's not that you've been to them, it's just that they're technically visited in the map. So it's this thing here. Well, yeah, there's either that or I manually set the nodes to turn themselves on if they happen to be in this list. So like if I go to map node, here it's checking to see if visited scenes contains me. So I could put it inside of that, or I could have some other list called like, public list node called quest map node. Quest nodes. And then down here, whoop, I already have these. So I could say quest nodes dot add the node. What does this do? It's a hash set of node. When I set up quest beacons, it goes clear. And then we show all of the map nodes fast travel meta if quest manager.check quest flag, then add it. Set up quest beacons. So maybe this visit nodes by quest should happen when we set up quest beacons. So then it's map node. Okay. Then it's that. So technically, I already had a different way to reveal them. There it is. Hooray. Okay. Now, I also want to see, which I'm not seeing here, when I go to the quests, I'm not seeing, this is a main quest. I don't know why I'm not seeing the beacon. I guess because I haven't implemented that yet. So when I go here, I want to see the diamond on it. Done. Okay, next. We want to show the beacons. Quest beacons. No, I said beacon. Not bacon. I need to show all the bacon. Okay, show all the map nodes for fast travel. for each quest in active main quests, get node from quest flag. Get node from quest flag. If node is not null and quest nodes doesn't contain, quest nodes.add node. I literally am already doing this. This is for active main quest. I don't think I need this anymore. Looks the same to me. Okay, I'm going to take that as a win. And then we're not actually setting up the beacons. That's the problem. Stamp icon. How does this work? So stamp icon assigns a pooled icon to the graph position center of the node. So this needs to happen whenever the game is running. Not just whenever we open the map, it needs to assign these dots. So I need to check this get pooled icon. There are two references. Stamp icon there, and then here, place icon at node, which is fine. Which it does here when we set up flag icons, which is good. Good. So we did this for all. So hang on, when do we set up this? When we set up icons, okay, and I'm sure we do that already. After we set up the quest nodes, perfect. So flag icons, fast travel icons. Flag icons is what we want. Then we say for each quest in get active main quests, which says all quests where it's a main quest and the quest log is, we have the quest log, and where the quest log at that quest has been started and is not a main quest, or it has been announced and it is a main quest. But it's already checking to see if it's a main quest. So that can't happen. In which case, it should just be this or this. Hey, there's the pin. Good. Very good. Now, why isn't it animating? And you should also just check to see if this doesn't break how the game works. So we get a new quest, go to the map, show a place on the map, stamp the quest. And it looks like it already showed one there, which I don't love. So we need to make sure that we're not... I had a little check here earlier that I could see where we were opening from cutscene. This thing here. I don't know why I commented that out. Because if I come over here and do it again... I don't know why that did that. But that's correct. So is it the icon? Remove this hack. Clear the icon list in a more efficient manner. Yeah, well, that's why we've got this problem. Because we're adding Armin's icon. Before we've zoomed out. I don't know why that's doing that. Works much better there. Okay, so that works. Whoop. Okay, I don't know why that happened. Is it control? I don't know what that was. Okay, so if we are not, right now it's saying if we are not opening from cutscene, set up the quest nodes and set up the icons. So I feel like we should do this no matter what, but when we set up the icons, I think it's the flag icon. So like bool opening from cutscene equals false. And then we say opening from cutscene there. And then if we are opening from cutscene, then we don't set up the flag icons. So the little beacon won't be there. Yay! And then we stamp it. Boom. Perfect. And the next thing we want to do is make it so that flashes. Hey, Elzak. Weekend was okay. I woke up pretty tired today. My wife's been having some trouble sleeping, so she's been rolling around a lot, and I've been disturbed, and then waking up just without much energy and a bit irritable. But it was still a good weekend. I worked a lot on the fighting game, which is now pretty playable, but needs some scoring. Okay, cool. It's pretty good. I've got like a camera that follows the action and zooms out when the characters get further away from Scoot. I just brought it straight over. I've got hit stop per character, so I don't use time to stop them. I basically take all the rigid body properties, cache them, freeze them in space, and then after a certain amount of time, resume the rigid body properties. So when one person hits the other, they both stop for a little bit, but the person who got hit gets stopped for a bit longer, and other players can still run around and stuff like that. And then I've got ring outs with respawn points, and it's 4-player compatible. And I've got, as we saw on Friday, the player controllers sync up and the controllers work. I don't have, what I need to add is stamina so that you can't do like too many jumps in the air simultaneously. And then some sort of scoring system. And then the game will be playable. And I'm going to play test it tomorrow at a game like meetup event. So that'll be fun. We'll probably work on it tomorrow just for that, and then I won't work on it on Friday. I've also been doing some concept art for some of the characters, which I think is coming up pretty well. I'm really enjoying it. This is kind of like a different art style for me, but it works really well. So I'm just thinking about like the title screen and character designs and stuff like that. I'm thinking I'll do something very similar to Towerfall. So I want, in fact, it's over here. In Towerfall, they have this, player select sort of thing where the characters have these torsos. And they turn around, like when they start like facing away from the camera, and then when you click them, they turn and face the camera. I'm thinking I'll do something I don't like that concept, but I'll do something similar to that concept where there's 2 portraits, and when you click them, you get the second portrait. So maybe like one that's like more like aggressive, and then they're sort of like, I don't like the covering the face thing, but yeah, anyway, something in that same idea. And I think I solved how this should work. So like, this is players connected, and then they all can press down and they get a portrait. So you press down, your little connected thing goes there. You can press left and right to cycle through the portraits, and then you press A to confirm, and then once you've pressed A, you can press X, and any of the open CPU slots, you can sort of like pilot the CPU player select, so you can set whoever you want there, and then other players, while you're doing that, can like inject their thing. So like player 2 can just drop in, he can start toggling his stuff. Player 1 starts setting up a CPU, and then like player 3 drops in, which pushes the CPU over to the right. So the CPUs are always at the end of the list. And then once we press start, the game starts. So the CPU basically just takes the next available slot if there is one. And then if a player presses the button, they overwrite whatever CPU was there. And then I think I don't yet have like an easy way to kick, but I think that's okay. You just make sure the player holding the controller presses back. Yeah, I think it works. Because otherwise, the other way to do this would have been to do what they do in Boomerang Fu and Smash Brothers, which is where you have this like roster of all of the characters, which is like a giant list. And then you have who's playing right now. I just don't think we have enough screen real estate to do this correctly. And we don't have enough characters to do it correctly. So the only thing I like about this that I'm not getting in my design is you can't see like the smorgasbord of like you can't see everyone that you could play on the one screen. It's kind of, there's like a null state to this that's a bit boring. So instead, what I'll try to do is maybe pre-fill with just like 4 different characters. Something like that. And then I might even do here, maybe I'll do like pagination dots. So it's like, you know, if there's 8 characters or something, you take these ones and you, something like that. Or even just like 1 of 10 or something like that. 2 of 10. Yeah, it's just like in a screenshot, you want this to be as exciting as possible all the time. You know, I think we'll only have 5 characters, maybe 6. So showing 6 at the top and then 4 selected doesn't make that much sense. Another way other games did it, which is kind of interesting, is you like PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. I think what you can do is kind of like you put and again, this requires like a token. Every character has their own token. When you put a token on the thing saying, I'm going to play as this character, you go into the corner that your controller relates to. So player 1 goes there, player 2 goes there, player 3 goes there, player 4 goes there. So if all 4 players are playing this character, that's what it looks like. The only thing I don't like about that is like, what happens if player 1 is playing that character? Do these overlap, or like, do you have to bring this in? It feels a bit too PC, like mouse and keyboard. So doing it the way that I've got it, I think is just more straightforward for gamepad on such a small game. Anyway, that's what I've been doing. Wait, you worked on the token select method for multiverses? I was looking at that earlier. Hello? Hello? What the heck? That's so interesting, because I looked at multiverses and oh no, I didn't look at multiverses. I looked at Nickelodeon All Stars and I looked at PlayStation All Star. I did not look at multiverses. How do they do it? But is this like single player? Oh no, you have under here someone's selected. How does multiverses? That's not what I want. Is there local? There must be, right?
Here's how you play 2-player in multiverses. This includes your local play, control 1, sign in for both player 1 and player 2 can then choose.
Oh, I see. You have a list that you scroll through. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Mm. Yeah, it's so fun, this stuff. I love these problems. I think Towerfall has a really good way to do it. I don't know about these crystals as like player icons. I think that's probably too much. Yeah, it's cool. Okay, so let's keep working. So what I'm trying to do right now is make sure that when we set up the flag icons and we set up an icon from a quest, no animation. Why? You have a renderer. You have a... Oh, playing is off. But it's... Okay. Looping on? Ah, I see. True for looping. Nice. There we go. Oh, that's so much better now. Dude. So I can just like load up the game. You've beaten the demo. You start chapter 2. Armin walks in. Player goes, what do I do? Zooms out and they see it right there. That's where they need to go. Whew. Yeah, so we still know where we're headed. That's still good. Still know I'm trying to go right. That's great. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is perfect. So you'll be able to do this and then... Kill yourself, of course. And then you'll be like, I can't cross this. And I don't know what to do. And then you'll go here and you'll go, huh, I guess I gotta go around. I guess I'll go. That's exactly what needs to happen. The map being usable is so critical to this game actually working. Because without it, you just have no idea what to do. Oh, I turned off the renderer feature. Whoops. Yo, I found a problem with the renderer feature, Elzak. The profiler doesn't seem to work very well. The frame debugger doesn't seem to work very well with the renderer feature. If we go to frame debugger, check this out. Wait a second. Wait, it works now? Oh wait, no, it doesn't work now. Look, the more you try to, it keeps trying to, it goes like deeper and deeper and deeper. You can keep going. You just keep opening forever, and it'll just keep going. There must be some sort of recursive. I mean, it obviously there's some sort of recursive thing that causes it to try to redraw the frame while it's drawing the frame. I don't know what it is we're doing. I tried to ask GPT about it. Yeah, I don't know if it could be like how I'm using it. Hey, Vikinator. I am the gatekeeper. It is me. A bit of a meaner version of me, but mean nonetheless. Since 2017. Okay, so I have a feeling I did that on purpose actually, and I don't know why I did. So if I start the game, I don't think you get a beacon until later. Hi, I am making a game. Correct. This is what the game looks like. And there are... Whoops, that's where I am. There are towns like this. And there's combat. I don't have a sword right now. Hang on, I'll load it into a level where there's a sword automatically. That's right, C#. Okay. So what do I need to check? I think that's kind of like all I really had for the map. If I just run the game, that's pretty clear where we need to go. That's great, man. Oh, it's so good. I can really feel the context that I didn't have before. Maybe I should even say like here, like current quest to the Athenaeum or something like that. Do I think it's better to follow tutorials or learn how does code work and then start there from trial and error? I think like have a goal, like a game you want to make or something you want to make. Pick a system from that game and follow a tutorial for that system. Don't just follow like a how to make a game tutorial unless you're just super beginner. I mean, it's fine to be beginner and to build something just by following, but if you have a goal, then you're going to make sure that you're going to force yourself to learn the parts of game development that you need for what your project is. If you just follow a tutorial, you might not cover the material that you need. So, yeah, like I wonder if I should struggle to learn. No, it's not about struggle. It's like you should have something that is motivating you forward that you use to build your own criteria, because everybody has expectations, right? I don't really know anybody who says I want to make video games but has no idea about a video game that they want to make. If you have no idea, you just like, it just sounds fun to make games. Well, then I think if you are that person, pick really small games. But you should be self-guided to some extent. Even if it's just being critical about the tutorials that you watch, just being like, okay, what do I need to learn today? No. Like you will rely on other people's code a lot at the start because you don't know what code looks like. You have to be able to look at the code from the tutorial and say, how do I adapt this for what I need to use it for? If it's just magic letters and you're just copying and pasting magic letters, you're not going to get very far. The thing is, one way or another, if you actually are going to make something, you do need to understand what all the words mean, all the keywords and the syntax and all of that. You have to. So I don't really care how you do it, as long as you get there in the end. You could even use ChatGPT to help you through building a game, as long as you are being mindful of what you're learning in that process. If you're not learning anything, it's not valuable. If you're able to go, oh, okay, it's doing this, and I've seen this before in a tutorial, so I see, this could be used this way. If you're able to make those connections yourself, that's great. But I think a lot of people at first are going to be intimidated by how many connections there are that they need to make. So a tutorial is good for keeping you on the path that's valuable. You know, ChatGPT is good for helping you fill in the gaps and keep you on the right path, but you still need to be motivated yourself to actually build your understanding. Hey, Folson, thanks for the sub. It is very time consuming. Okay. Yeah, I think there are ways that I need to drag the player. Well, first of all, I need to be able to isolate main quests from the rest of them. I think that's super important. And then so even like a dotted line that says like main quest. Distractions. It's like quest and then distractions. Yeah. And this is the same thing we had before of if these are in reverse order of reverse discovery, then it will be better. But also main quests should always be at the top. The other thing is like, is it possible to have multiple main quests at the same time? That's technically it is possible to have multiple. Maybe. I think it is important. I think right now, the thing that I think people will want to have solved is this idea that like when I load the game up, it's been 2 weeks since I played the game. Okay, I load up Insignia and I pick a, you know, I load into where I was. What do? Here, I can see where I need to go. It'd be nice to like click a button on this or something, I think, to then go to the quest, or I don't know what I would do. It's like the map has chosen to show me a quest marker. It would be nice if I could then drill back down to where that quest marker is. If it's at the top, I always know what it is. If it's not at the top, I need some way to like, I think, you know, get to it. That's the primary quest. I don't currently have a way of like targeting quests. I could, but I don't have like a track quest button right now. Just put an icon next to the primary quest. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe I'll put the diamond right here, the same diamond. That'll do. No, I built my own console for that. That's custom. That is a main quest. Okay, that should work. Oh, do you know what? Because it's like yellow, we might not even been able to have seen it. Yeah, it's there, we just can't see it. Okay. Not very nice. Also, okay, it's there, but now it's offset. Or is it really that big of a canvas? Oh, it's huge. Hello. What I'm going to do is put it in here. Maybe even shrink it. Mm. that's no good either. Oh, that's okay. That's okay, right? It's pretty low contrast, but it seems to work for me. Yeah, well, one's like a wax blot and the other one is just like the icon that I use for... I mean, what else could I do with it? I suppose I could give it like some shadow or something. On the left? I mean, I would have put it on the left too, but it can't go on the left. There's no space for it. Like over here. I know what you mean. What if it's just all this color? It's a bit too grim, isn't it? Someone said, don't listen to chat. You're my best friend. My favorite thing to do. I mean, I could make it the red. I could make it the same color. But I don't think I like that. I think the yellow is the same. I just think they're a little off center. That's the thing I don't love about it. So I'll fix that. That's not quite right either. It's 12 by 12, which is fine. This is 16 by 16. This is an odd number. This is not. Or I should say it's an even. This is what? 12 pixels. This is 15 by 15. And this is, what's this? 12 by 12. So actually there is always going to be one offset. I could probably cheat this just by going... Perfect. And I don't love how vertically offset they are. That's weird. What's going on there? Perfect. And I think that this complete needs to be red. Like that. These guys have too much health. Just a feeling. That's perfect. All right, cool. All right, taking a break. Back in a bit. We're back. So, you make your way to here. You've been through all that. Hey, Jolly Wally, it's going all right. The leg up is crazy. So then what happens now? The game tells you to go here, but I guess what it should really be doing, well, let's just have a look. What does the game say? The game says the Fate Solstice is my next main quest. And that's it. And this is where you do it. But all of the preparation gets done at Ned's workshop. So then we need to move it. And I suppose the next one should be finish preparations then. So maybe I just remove this here altogether. And then the next one is Ned 5, which you get the emerald. Fate Solstice complete, which is in the square. So then this one here, the emerald, I need to make sure this is actually in the game. Which means I have to go through their dialogue. And I have to figure out when they should talk about this. So there's this thing here where Armin goes, Gah? So if I search for Gah, that's how I'll know where it is. So sequence search is this here, and I'm looking for Gah. So this is the emerald. Maybe. So I'll delete this. Put that there, and then I'll go to Fate, Solstice, and I'll say Emerald. Okay, now let's keep going. So we're still trying to go. I don't know where we're trying to go. Oh, we're just running around the town. There is no main quest right now. And then we come here. Then this should take us to Ned's workshop. Nice, perfect. And then we don't want this to play. So we're going to go back to the graph, back to here, back to Tiberius. And remove that from here at least. And then I suppose the next question is, what do we want to happen after this? Do I just let you run around? I guess so. Yeah, I let you run around. So then I don't know why that's broken. Oh, I deleted it. Hang on. Cool. Okay. Wait, why did everything disappear? Okay. What the hell? These seem fine. That seems fine. Okay. That is so kind of you. I've done such a stupid thing with my life. Just to like remind everybody about what the hell I'm doing. The reality of it. I started this project when I was like 24, 25. I'm now 34. And the only way this is worth the time I've put into it from a financial perspective, hey Fizzer, thanks for the sub, is if it sells, multi-million dollars. Like it's gonna have to. And that's just such a ridiculous amount of pressure to put on a project like this that is also like a creative passion project. I don't know why I did this to myself. Anyway, I feel good about like the skills I've learned and the work that I've put into it. And will it have music? It does have music. You want to hear it? I feel good. I mean, like I like the game, but it's just a lot, you know. Like, what if it doesn't meet that expectation somehow? All right, listen. Can you hear it? I'll put it up for you. Oh, it won't make $20 per YouTube subscriber. That'd be like $6 million or something. It won't. That's not what will happen. Wait. 20 times 300? Yeah. It's not even worth... It's not like that. I didn't write this music, but I wrote the version of the music that this was built on. So like I wrote the first chapter and then a composer came in and wrote the first chapter better. I'll show you like the track. Like for example, this melody I'm about to show you. I wrote this music, but my version is much crappier, but it's my composition, this one. That's my game. So let me turn the music back down. It's even got a... And you can play with your controller too. Anyway. Let's play. So we were in the middle of figuring out what you do after you get let off here, having just finished chapter 2 start. I think I want Armin in this situation. I mean, he's inside of the thing already, right? And so this should trigger on collision, but it should trigger immediately. I'm just not sure. Oh, in this case, wait, how is this even determining when to collide with it? It doesn't have one. So what does it do? Trigger on collision. But collision with what? Tile terrain, carpet terrain. Oh yeah, that's fine. We've got markers. We've got Gallier himself, which is where? There. Oh, I see. Oh, so technically he is an NPC. Oh, that's silly. We should remove that. So I will take that away. And then I'll put a collider 2D on the sequence player. Sequence instance, sequence player, collider 2D. That's a trigger. And that goes like that. And then that should just run now. Perfect. It's got 5 chapters planned. And we're working on chapter 2 at the moment. Okay. Good. I'm glad I fixed that. Adds updates scenario for chapter 2. Okay. So you come in here, skip the cutscene, get taken to Ned's place. And then this is broken because you're not supposed to be able to skip that, but there we go. I think it'll just release as one game. This door needs to be fixed, so let's fix that. This is a west door. And for some reason the doors are very... the inspector for... I think there's like a... Well, there's a specific inspector in the game. Hello? Well, that's not good. The numbers aren't looking great. You're kind of expecting, though, for all of my subscribers to be the only people who play this game. To play this game. And I don't think that's really how it's going to work. Like, I would expect lots of people, if the game does what it's trying to do right, lots of people who play the game won't have heard of me ever. And I actually expect that most people who have heard of me won't play the game. I don't expect my subscribers to be the players of this game. Also, what price did you put on that? 20 bucks? It's going to be more than 20 bucks. Should be probably closer to 30, I think. Not 60, I'm not crazy. But it's more than... It's like 25 US, I think, is probably what I'm going to go for. Could be. It could be more. Could be. Now, is this playing correctly? An $80 edition? Maybe. I mean, I'd love to do a physical copy with like an art book and stuff like that, but I don't know if we're going to have that kind of time. Current actor, which is a retro animator. And here we're finding by name. In this case, I mean, it's going to look for what? Nobody. How did I screw this up? No. That's even more annoying. Whoa, clip not found. Okay, that's weird. What's going on there? Whoa, what happened here? Did I somehow change? What the heck? The cutscene got mangled. Let me save it so that I can unsave it after. There. Oh, I was wondering why it broke. It's like I deleted something. Okay, it's good. Well, yeah, you'd probably, I mean, you'd either have a publisher or you'd do a Kickstarter to fund that stuff. How many hours of gameplay? Probably, I'm hoping for close to 20. Somewhere between 12 and 20. Depending on how long you play. Right now, like chapter 1 is 2.5. So, and that's not even an exhaustive playthrough. That's like a, you know, just sort of playing the game casually at 70%. You know, you might get 3 hours out of chapter 1. So 15 on a casual playthrough is kind of like what I'm thinking. And if you go back and forth through the map, I mean, the chapter 5 might be 3 or 4 or 5 hours. So I'm hoping we get up to like 18 or 20. On a casual first playthrough to 100% it. Maybe more. So the door should be able to be exited now. I mean, a speed run, you could probably do it in under 8. Few less, probably like 3 or 4 hours. Maybe even like an hour if you're really, really quick. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely like for people who have time. This is that kind of game. It's the kind of game that if you're like 13 or 14 and you just want to like put a lot of time into something, you know. I don't even know if that's like the kind of thing people want, but I made it for that kind of audience. So yeah, right now we should have 2 quests that are main quests to shove it. Oh, we would have done this one already, so that's fine. And then that should take you off elsewhere. So this one should be get wheel design. Well, actually, give wheel to Charlie happens. I've got it here, and I've also got it here, but this isn't where it's going to happen anymore. And it's also there, but that's not how that works. Hey, Jeremy Foster. Yeah, I feel like Thomas Brush. Sometimes I wonder, like, if he. I mean, look, I wouldn't blame anybody for not being convinced or not being sure about what I'm making or whether or not I'm going to finish it. The thumbnail of the last interview we did was it put me a little bit in it made me feel really awkward because it's got like a photo of my game and there's all flames in front of it. I'm like, I didn't say yes to that. I don't know why they did that. It's like 8 years and it's like, excuse me. I spent those 8 years lovingly. Why you put fire in front of my game for? But I don't know. Maybe that's what gets the clicks, or that's just how it came across. I'm quite happy with like the time I've invested and the progress I've made, though it's not like necessarily where I'd want to be. It's fully the game that I wanted to make, and accepting that that's just the process that it takes to get to where I'm headed has been how I've chosen to feel about it. It's not like it's not a bad thing to spend a lot of time on something. Of course, it adds risk, and that's from a business perspective, totally worth considering. But yeah, I mean, like, well received in a genre that you enjoy would make you perfectly the target audience for this game. I mean, if you like The Legend of Zelda, this will be the game, an indie game that scratches that itch, hopefully. With maybe a little more dialogue, I think I think a lot about whether or not it would be worth stripping this back, to have like less running around and talking to people. But I'm not sure. I'm quite excited to tell the story that the game is telling, and I think the game will be better for it. I think skipping the story will be a big mistake. I mean, it's not really possible to. You won't know where to go if you skip all the text. So, I don't know, maybe. I think there's this kind of thing. I have this feeling with games, or just media in general, that if you do something that's compelling, even if it's not what people expect, or if it's like not what people are doing in the zeitgeist, if it's compelling, it will see an audience. If it affects people, then the people who it can affect will find it. I don't think like being defensive about, oh, people don't like to read. I think that's crazy, but that's just me. And maybe some people don't like to read, and that's okay if you don't, but like the idea that people, just all players, have decided they don't like to read anymore, that doesn't make sense to me. Because I like to read. And there was a time when you could only read. There was no voice acting. And we liked those games. If I can afford to do voice acting, I will, though. I don't think I will. I don't think I'll have the opportunity to do that. Okay. So I need to figure out a way. Once we get to here, the logic is we get here. Let's keep working. Okay. So we get the quest. Ethan, Charlie, and Eddie. This is after Armin asks Ned how Ned knew about Magnus. That's happening here. And then Charlie, Ethan, and Nettie. Grail Blade exposition. Pardon me. Hey, Justice Shot, that's a good question. So what I'm doing right now is what I call like scenario grey boxing. So it's like the script has been written as a draft. Like, this is what happens in the game, blah, 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 blah. And then like an actual like set of dialogue has been written. So like this is chapter 2, for example. This is like the script for chapter 2. This is like a storyboard of chapter 2. And then like more broadly, this is like the game played over the levels with the story beats telling you where you go from A to B to C. But obviously that's very, it's quite different from there being the actual game in the actual, you know what I mean? Like being able to walk over and talk to this NPC is what I'm doing now. It's like plugging it all in, which is extremely time consuming. So, Charlie comes to the workshop, gets materials from blacksmith, forge wheel, leave Cheverton, run to Tiberius, find Hithen, learn wall ride, fix the wagon. Okay, that's fine. So fixing the wagon is something that you can only do once you've... how do we do that? No, this is my full-time thing. I do have like part-time things that I do on the side. Hey, Rhino. I'm using Figma to do all of that. So here's what happens. Armin, like right now is an example of me, like there's a quest in chapter 2, right? So this is chapter 2. There's a quest here that has found its way into the main quest line where previously I had just like this, or it was maybe something like this written for it. And then I've realized over time that it needs to be a little deeper because the level design, I wanted the quests to push the player into the explorable area of this chapter after they've passed through it the first time. I wanted some backtracking. So now the quest has taken the player from here, where it used to be just here and here, back and forth. Now it's from here all the way out back to here again. So now that I'm here, I need to sort of sit in the level and go, okay, logically, what is the thing that happens here? Like I know what I want to happen, but it's almost like the difference between like an episode summary in a TV show and then like now you're shooting the episode of TV and you're like, okay, where are we going to stand in this location? Who's going to say what, when? It doesn't make sense for you to say that now that you're standing in front of the thing. So let's make you just not say that and you say something instead. You know, all of that little granular stuff. This is what this is. So, for example, in this quest, this is a band of cat performers and they've come from a faraway land and they're on their way to the town of Cheverton to join their solstice fete. And the fete is like a big party, but the performers have gotten stuck. They're at a crossroads here when you pass them the first time, but by the time you get to the town, they haven't made it here yet. So one of their performers goes on ahead and finds the blacksmith because one of their carts has like broken a wheel or something like that. It's busted. So Armin, the protagonist, is sent here to fix one of the wheels. And when he gets here, there's been some sort of, what I wanted them to do was they have tried to drive through off-piste territory, like off the beaten path, and they've crashed. And in crashing, or like as they were trying to get through, like there was a bit of a landslide or something, and that's given way to this here, which is where you learn the new ability in this chapter, or one of them. So the main player character makes his way here with all the materials ready to repair the wheel, but I need for you to then go to this thing. So you need to, I guess like what I need to do is set up the characters here as well. Like okay, this part of the game, it's this far in and this is where all the characters need to be. So I need to set up the states for the scene, essentially. I don't think I've quite landed on the right. I don't think I've got the exact mock-up right. So this is like him getting to them. They're called the Hithen. The Hithen, it's right here that I need to solve a bit deeper. So like, cart is broken. Mention of anvil beneath. Armin goes to discover, goes to check it out. And then discovers crucible, learns ability, returns. Okay, so this is that. Everything that happens from there to there, including Learn's War Ride. So what I need to do is think about why would he need to do that? So at the moment, you get a wheel design. There's a cartwheel design that you get, which requires the frame, an iron ingot, and a leather strap. And when we do the quest, so if we make our way all the way back over here, Charlie meets us here. Suffered a broken wheel. So I don't think, so right now I think he gives you the wheel here. But maybe he doesn't give you the wheel. Maybe you just get the design for the wheel and then you go there to meet them and then they give you the wheel so that you can fix it here. Something like that. It used to be a minigame. All of the forging was a minigame, but I found that it took focus away from the actual game. So instead it's just like a linear sequence where you push the A button for every ingredient for every design component that needs to get put together. It just goes dunk, 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 and then you solve it. So it's an interaction, but it's not a game. Okay, so then if I do that, then I need to send the player off once they have everything that they need to this corner. This is the tricky part because there is an explicit sequence that you need to do. You need to first get the design for the wheel. Then you need to get all the components for the design. Then you need to take all of that to here. Then you can fix it there. The simpler way would be to let you fix it here and then having, when you compose it, then I can do a cutscene that says, okay, now I'm ready to go, blah. So at that point, when he gets here with a complete, so he either gets here with just the pieces, the leather strap that goes around the wheel to give it suspension or whatever, and the bolt, the housing, the bearing they call it, and then like the wheel itself, like that's, he could come here with all the bits or he could come here as the whole thing. If he comes here with the whole thing, why should he go down here to check out anything? Why wouldn't he just fit it on directly? That's why I need to do a bit more writing here. Yeah, something could have fallen in, but I want... I mean, alternatively, like this could be higher up. It could just be not as hidden, not as like down. It always feels important that like the idea that you like fix the thing on the anvil makes sense to me, that you would like, it's convenient that it's here because you need to do some work here. To me, that feels simpler. Let's see how I've written it already. So the cartwheel design, da-da-da-da. So you get the frame. And then you get the design. course, Armin doesn't know that there is a blacksmith anvil out there. So maybe I just let you finish it here. And when you get there, I sort of had an idea that there would be something here happening. Okay, let's do it that way. Okay. So like cart is broken. You just fix it. Armin fixes it. Armin gives the wheel and fixes the wagon. Quest complete. Then this immediately goes to here, which goes to here. So I'll just like keep the player on rails, force them to go into the crucible. Maybe someone will say, wow, you knocked that right on. You didn't even need the anvil. And I'm going to be like, what anvil? And then from there, they can lead down to the thing. So I'll try to... Yeah, I think that, gosh, so much of design is easier when you decouple things. So if it's not like a main... If I don't have to couple the things, then I should just let them be decoupled. So then I guess what we need to do is go here. Find Charlie. There he is. And Charlie here has the give wheel to Charlie thing, but I think I don't want him here. I'll just delete him. And then this Charlie has, I guess we need like a few states. So let me create a new empty thing and we'll call this level state first pass through, and then another level state that is Ethan crashed, and then another one that's like cart fixed. So you should be able to enter here and as one of those three states, and the game should be able to determine, but depending on what you've done, which of these things to enable or disable. And then I want to have a bunch of game objects that essentially live underneath these that I can disable and enable based on that. So for example, all of this, the wilderness camp is fine, but the Hithen caravans, this should be visible only if they've crashed. And maybe also if they've passed through. So I might even like duplicate that and put it here and there. And only one of these will be active at a time. So what we do is we do a condition behaviors, condition behavior, and then a condition toggle. The toggle uses the behavior to determine what's on and what's not. So this is the first pass through. So you have not, the condition is that you audience, you haven't met Gallier yet. That's false. And so that's all of the stuff under here is true, if that's true. Okay. And then I don't know what we're going to do with Charlie there. That's fine. We'll take him away. Okay. And then they've crashed. That's going to have a very similar set of components. I don't know why I did that. Except this one is that you have met Gallier and you have you've met Charlie, but you have not given Wheel. No, it would be like you have not like learned unlock. You have not unlocked the wall ride. So it's this and that and that. Whereas this is, you haven't met Gallier. Cool. Will it be on macOS? I have done a macOS build in the past, so it's possible. And then I just don't have a Mac right now. Cart fixed. So cart fixed is you've unlocked the ability. But it's actually there's one more. How many more years? I can't say. So the other state is you've learned the ability, but Oliver hasn't been taken yet. And I think the tough part here is that we're getting into some Dark Souls, Elden Ring quest territory, because I'm about to come across the first time in the game where it doesn't make sense for a character to be here anymore after a certain point. So if you don't do the side quest, you can't take the side quest. Or if you can take the side quest, I need for you to take it somewhere else. We'll leave that as it is. We'll leave it as it is. So you have unlocked it. That means that that's the case. Okay. Okay, good. So the wilderness camp is just there. Hey, Solrak. Oh, thanks for watching. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So then the point is we would take like one of the characters, like in this case, Charlie. And we would say, well, Charlie shows up here when they've crashed. This is actually number 2. This is number 1. So when they've crashed, he's there, and this is where you give the wheel to him. And now that we can confirm that, and I can update my causality system to say, yes, you have done that. Now, when I go look at this here, and we talk to him, it should point us to there. Let's see if that works. No. Okay, not yet. We still need to fix that. So meet Charlie, give wheel to Charlie, checked by Ned, checked by Charlie. Give wheel to Charlie, set. It's set here. That shouldn't happen. He's not even here anymore, so that should go away. He's also not here anymore, so that should go away. So now it's only set in this scene. Perfect. Okay, that should fix it, hopefully. This is my continuity system. It means that it's basically using a procedural system to determine where quests get like referenced. So it's checking, I've got like components in every level that either, you know, dialogue components set or check flags, chests set or check flags, you know, killing enemies can set or check a flag. So what this is doing is saying, where is the next set flag in this quest? And it should be over there. And that's where it is. So now that I've got that character standing in that spot, the game says, you have to go over there. So when I go to the map, I can see, oh, okay, I have to go here because that's where the next quest point is. But what's really important here that I haven't been able to explain is that you shouldn't go there until you've done what you need to do for the quest. Like, you don't just go there, you have to like have completed the design first and then go there. So I could put another quest flag between, if I go to the quest, I can put another flag in between that says, you know, construct a the cartwheel. So I could do that, and then I could just make that happen here. I could put a thing here that says construct wheel. But I think it's better this way. I'm only a little concerned about people getting like not sequence breaking, but like getting confused about sequencing in the game. Yeah, we'll play test that before I go to that effort. The trouble with it is that there's this flag is a flag, not a condition, which is, there's some flags are localized in the game world. Conditions can be met arbitrarily. So the condition would be craft the wheel, right? But that's not a flag. That's not a thing that you get for having done something. That's just like a fact about your inventory, is that you got a crafting wheel. You crafted a wheel and it got into your inventory. So like crafting the stuff, if I go to like, you know, this part here, I can have a condition required for this cutscene to play. I could say, hey, yeah, you need to have, in this case, I've already got it. You need to have a cartwheel in your inventory. Or in this case, I can say design cartwheel design forged. I could say that, but that's not the same as what this thing is tracking, which is where the marker goes, which makes sense. Because where would you point? You know, where would you point if it's just like craft a wheel? Well, you could craft a wheel anywhere, at any anvil. So I can't tell you to go to one in particular unless I sort of just fake it. I could tell you to go to an anvil, but you won't be able to. Yeah. And the really annoying part is like, if I want to I don't want to have to force you to not use any anvil except the one that is here. So I can't really tell you to go here if there's no reason for you to do it here, which means if I want to tell you to go somewhere, it's over here. So I just need for somehow to, if there is a crafting component, some sort of condition before you go here, maybe I flag that. It could even be in the menu. I don't know. All right. So definitely a concern. Okay, so okay. That's like a lot. That's very postponing it specifically for that. That's tough. Good luck, Iliad. Whatever. And what's this for? Okay, that doesn't even. Why is it doing that? Is it some sort of cutscene directors go before condition toggles or something like that? Maybe these are part of the level technically. Nope, they go in sequence. They just go after that. Okay, well, what if I said? What if I said no? Sort category sequence. What if I said I'm not like the others? Oh, thanks. I use so many tools, but most of them I built myself. Like this causality editor. This lets me just like click through the game, the parts of the level that are here. I can see like items that are in the level that you can get. These are all pots. I can see like there's a carrot stew you can get here. There's a coin in that chest. I can show you scene references. So any kind of sequence that can play. And I can even show you quest flags and which quest flags trigger what. So these doors, there's a door here that doesn't open under a bunch of conditions because you can't leave the house in certain circumstances. And it's opened by talking to Rose here. And so is this quest item handler. Talking to Rose gives you the item and it also opens the door. It's not as useful as you'd think though, unfortunately. It gets a little hard to read. But it is nice to know where all the things are in the level. These are all the interactable things that you can click on and talk to. The sequences is really useful. So I can just go, okay, Armin can, if I press this button here, he can inspect the portrait and it just plays it just from down here. Or we can get forced to stay here, or we can inspect the cello, but that's blocked right now because the cello is inactive. So instead we can, what can we do? Inspect the clock. And then also I've got like a in-game version of that. So in the console, I can say play, and then it'll play all of the cutscenes. So I can say like play, inspect, clock, and it does the same thing. I can even like load. So I can load the next scene, which is neighborhood. Very useful. I have this thing called my sequence graph, my scene graph, which is like the game's world map. So I can like click on a level and go to the level. I also want to make sure that those bees get turned off. So hang on a second. Ads, level, conditions. My wife just left the house and I don't know why. She wasn't supposed to go anywhere. She was actually not feeling so well. I don't know why she left. Maybe she's just going to do some washing. I don't know. She didn't say goodbye, so she mustn't be going very far. Going to rob a bank. Oh, the bees. Not the bees. Cool. Oh no. No. Hey, Solrak. How do I handle tile variety? I do bake tile variety into my system, I do that. So let me show you what I do. All right. So the way it works is that this is what creates the tiles. Okay, so this says, hey, you've placed prototype tile with air above it, and that creates this tile of grass. And it does the same tile of grass over and over and over and over and over again. And then there's a separate rules file for just replacing those individual tiles. So there's my over and over and over agains. And what I have is like strips of presets. So like if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the same tile over and over again, replace with this. So it's not random, it's just a long sequence. And so this is 7, right? If there's 10 unbroken in a row, it'll go 7, and then it'll try to find the next one, which will be 3, and then it'll just place that instead. So from 2 to 7, it will always find some subset of tiles to loop between. It might go 7 and then 7 again, and then it'll be like 7 again, and then, oh, 2 left. Let's just fix that. So that's what it's doing. And that way you don't ever have this awkward situation, which is really annoying, where you've got like, you know, say you've got like some set of flowers that's like this. And then like you just like roll a really bad RNG and you get the same flower 3 times in a row. Like it's random, but the randomness isn't always high variety. It's within the scope of randomness to give you the same number 3 times. Yeah. So I just don't use random. I just have long sequences that I've chosen that I like. And it does make it deterministic and predictable. Like you can always, the flowers are always after like 3 tiles or whatever. You can see it. Like that's always there, but I don't know. I never notice it and nobody's ever noticed it. It's never come up. All right, so I guess I just have to, dude, this feels really bad to do this work. Is it Unity Auto? I'm using tiled, yeah. This is tiled. It feels so bad to do this work. I need to be so careful with it. Because any work that I do that I probably will change has to be so streamlined so that I don't invest too much into the work. I need to invest essentially nothing into this part and get as much content in as possible. Oh yeah, tiled is great for top down as well. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. I have this, like, there are 2 things that I get scared about when I'm working. The first one is work that gets deleted. And the second one is data that doesn't get cleaned up when I no longer need it. Like old cutscenes that are just sitting in the scene or in the project that then make it harder to find the actual content that I want to keep in the game. That's really tough. And I don't have like an easy way to do that, to manage it. Like these here, there's like 5 cutscenes I wrote, 4 cutscenes that I wrote, 5 including that one. And it's like, I don't want to keep them anymore. But like maybe I'll use them at some point, or some part of them. Maybe it's valuable in some sense that they still exist. And if I delete them, I don't actually know what they were touching. So like this sequence here, it's got a quest flag associated with it. If I delete it, what happens to the quest flag? There's like all of this stuff, this whole quest. I probably should just delete the whole quest. Maybe that would help. I don't know. Yeah, it's like automation is very scary in this space. I don't want to like auto delete it because it might delete something I need. And I don't want to manually delete it because it takes ages to do that. But how else do I do it? Tough. And it's like one regular expression away. It's like one really good regex will solve all of this. Just like find all of the cutscenes that aren't used in any of the scenes in the game and then move them into a folder and then delete that folder. But if I do it wrong, then the whole game breaks. And the only way that I can tell if it works is if I test the whole game after doing the regular expression. Very annoying. So I get anxious before I even do anything because I don't want that to happen. And I don't have visibility over this stuff. It's just like stuck in files and folders. And I'm having to add more. I'm adding more. And it's not something you can solve in pre-production, because if you do it in pre-production, you don't get to play test it. So if you want to play test the story, you have to make story content that will be deleted. It's so weird. I can't stand it. I feel like I need some sort of like alternate twine thing where I can see all the data visually or something. I don't know. Anyway. Where did she go? Oh, she's on a walk. She must have been really tired. Okay. Or nauseous or something, I don't know. She wasn't feeling great this morning. Okay. So I just got to do it, I guess. So that's the whole quest. And then there's just like data sequences, chapter 2. And then this just needs to be here. So like create folder dream sequences. And then these go in there. And then this is inside of the town. So that. Well, maybe not those. Those go into the town. And then outside, well, just in general, maybe it's forest. Or just here. I think I'll just put it here. And I think we called this Cheverwood Forest. So now I need an event sequence called Armin Discovers. It's 5:40 p.m. And then that's just here. And it's something like, it's a crucible. Whack. And to do this one, you need to have returned the wheel to Charlie. That's true. And then perfect. Cool. Then I need to make sure that this... Does this have like a null state sequence, design focused, interest? How did I do this in like all of these ones is what I want to know. So Discover Crucible was its own thing. And then here's the timeline. And then at a certain point, we teleport away sequence, which is part of this thing, which is that. Okay. And the teleport away sequence is Armin striking the hammer. Okay. Okay. So that's pretty straightforward. I could just go from here. Did I just lose that? It's gone. That sucks. Make a new timeline. Save it. Update timeline tracks, create it in the scene, validate timeline data, save it. Put it here. And then on the timeline at the end, we want a something, an event something track, not event marker, schedule track. And then the crucible is in the level as an object. No, is it not? Under anvil, teleporter, teleport away sequence. Teleport away sequence. So after we do this, which means this should have a wait for timeline. Or allow timeline to expire. that will just do that, hopefully. We'll see how good my tools are. No, we can't interact with this yet. Maybe I'll just push this here, and then I might need an inspector. So I need like a prompt. No, I think it's just a button prompt. Okie dokie. And then this uses that. And not that. Ah, but I haven't done the condition. Well, let's just say that we don't need the condition right now. No. Well, what the heck? It's not set up correctly. Let's delete that for now. Let's go back to see how I set it up already. How did I do it? Discover crucible sequence. That's got an anvil. Oh, the anvil is the interest. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's fancy. Is that going to work though? No. Because technically the anvil part. Oh, let's have a look. Let's see how smart I was. It's not good to do this. There's too many conditions here, but we're going to figure it out. So this sequence uses the anvil interest. Oh, it's like a separate thing called anvil interest. And that just sits there and it looks like an anvil and it just happens to be where the anvil is. Okay. But then the anvil itself is, what is it, disabled or it's still there? The interest is turned off. And I bet you the interest is turned off because maybe it's part of a condition. Yeah, not unlocked means that the thing turns off. I don't really want to have to do that every time, but it's okay. Here we go. Um. It's all of this stuff it's quite tedious, in my opinion. So the anvil's actual interest, when we go to not unlocked scale, it's actually wall ride unlocked. So if we have not unlocked the wall ride, enable if we have unlocked the anvil interest. Enable it if it's false. And then this is if it's true, then the anvil interest there gets enabled if you have unlocked it. Okay. But there was one other thing, which is that the Armin discovers Crucible. This uses the anvil interest like that. So awkward. But that is what I want to do. And is the cutscene possible? What is the issue here? Oh, we haven't updated it in the library yet. There it is. Yay, it works. Prevent save on scene load, wait for timeline end. Like that. Hey, Pixel. Good. Good. I don't know what this is though. That's a shame. Okay. So, I don't think we have a... Well, we should be able to actually run this cutscene at the start. Anyway, so time consuming, but that's what I have to do. I just have to like keep plugging away at all of these cutscenes until the thing works, like until the story is playable end to end. And this stuff takes like, I don't know, way too long, but what can I do? I don't know how to make it take less time. It would be have other people work on it as well. Or standardize it more. But even then, it's so difficult. So difficult to standardize it. Like, just then, you saw me fiddle around with this for like 10 minutes. Being like, I want to interact with this thing, which normally you can forge things at or teleport through. But because you haven't unlocked it yet, it doesn't do that. So instead, like, there's just a lot of that maybe I could formalize for these things, but oh, it's just brutal like that. There's like so many little threaded conditions, you know, little like, it's like sewing. I need to sew all the levels together, all the stories content, and it's not a small job. And it's not a job that somebody else can do unless they know as much about the story as me, which means I have to teach someone how to do the story. Like, I need to teach someone the entire story so that I could delegate it, or I do it myself. I'm sort of trapped in that sense. And the only way to make it simpler is to not have the story do this, is to just have it not be so intertwined. Yeah, like it is in a document, but it's not. It's like so much of this stuff is dependent on like the way I do it, not just doing it, but like the way it's done. Like it's like direction. It's like shooting a movie without a director. Even if you know what the movie's supposed to be like, it still needs to be done in a way that works. And only I know like how to do that. Super, and it's not hard to do. It's just time consuming to do and a very slow, wasteful process. It's like driving a car in first gear. Like, you can do it. Yeah, it's not rewarding either. I don't feel like I'm learning anything by doing it. I mean, I'm learning how to direct, but still it's tedious. I can't shift up. There is no gear. It's the car only has one in this context. This particular car has only one gear right now. I would need lots of money to make the car have more gears. And I already have so many tools to help me make it go faster. So many. Maybe even what I just did then was too deep. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I shouldn't have tied the interaction to this thing. I should have just put it here and just made it like a yellow exclamation mark. Like a story happens here. Thing. I'll think about that later. Anyway, so why then does it not start the cutscene here? I guess there isn't a cutscene, is there? Yeah, these are old sequences for different crucibles that don't exist here. The teleport platform. Yeah, this is tough. Because I built this not to scale. I probably should delete these. But maybe it would be useful. Okay. Anyway, what else do you do in this sequence? Reveal unlock ability. So at the very least, that should play. If the teleporter pad, if the teleport pad has no cutscene, it should just play that. And I think it's the teleporter that knows to do that. Gosh, it's complicated, isn't it? The teleporter says, prepare teleport local, set up glow renderer, teleporting, teleport in, called from engine. Should unlock fast travel. Set quest flag silent. Insignia explain sequence. Should unlock fast travel. Can fast travel? No, it's not any of that. Intro sequence. But it's not this. It's actually not this. Like I load in and then this happens. Okay, first of all, let's get this guy out of the way. And get this guy gone. Get ye gone. And then is it the crucible that does it? Or do these cutscenes just play and then they tell the unlock ability to run? Oh, hang on a second. That can't be right. No. But they probably should, you know. It probably should be that straightforward that they just play. Because who cares? Like, where does this come from? It's there. And what's its condition for playing? It's a sequence instance. Teleport in sequence. Yes, but what calls this? I hate this. This is what I hate the most. Is not being able to find out what makes this press play. Because sometimes it's a script and sometimes it's not. So what makes this press play? Is it the It's not the platform. Is it you? Ah, there it is. Intro sequence on the teleporter. Hey, can you commit it to dev? In Insignia? You can commit it to dev. Sure. I forgot you had access to the repo. Sure. While you're at it, could you just help me finish the rest of the game? Okay, so from here, it's this thing, and on the teleporter, we have this intro sequence, which in this case is balanced, but it's nothing. It'll be nothing. We could probably enable this and let it play. That's kind of weird, but what happens if we just let it? I mean, nothing bad's going to happen. He's just going to try to do something that isn't really relevant, but... It's kind of cool, actually. Sure. And then it shows me the correct thing. Okay, that's not supposed to happen. Cool. Good enough. Kick him. It's weird that I don't then see it in this space, but I guess I haven't put it in here for some reason. Okay, now we have War Run. Sweet. If only the enemy could... Oh no, I guess I don't have it. I guess I don't. I guess I didn't unlock it. All right, anyway. Oh, hello. Come on, mate. I don't think so. I don't think so. Cool. All right. Ads. First working path sequence pathway into Wall Run Crucible. Okay, I'm gonna go. Thank you, pals. I'm gonna make some pasta. I'll catch you all tomorrow. We're gonna raid Booyah Grandma. Thank you for checking out the stream today. If you like this content, please wishlist Insignia on Steam. You can play the playtest demo. I'll be updating that very soon. So go sign up for the playtest, wishlist the game, and if you really want, we have some merch as well. You can check that out and get some Insignia apparel. That's the stream. Thank you, pals. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. Tomorrow, I should say, we're working on Slash Core all day because I'll be playtesting it at an event in the city. So we'll see what people think about it. Alrighty. Catch you then. As always, I've been Adam, you and the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye bye.